Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Hey, welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It is time once again for Mornings with the Leader Man. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond.
Hey, morning, Moore County. Time to get out. Perfect weather today. Get out in the woods and maybe play a little golf. But get out in the woods, do a little work. Maybe
Hunt balls.
Have a little excitement here this morning. Well, yeah, you could do both. That's right. Play some golf and get out in the woods.
All right, you got your standing orders. Don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on the live video stream. That's available at talk973.com. Top middle of the page is where the link is located. One click there will get you where you're going. If you're on your mobile device, your YouTube app will do the work. Put Mornings with the Leader Man. Leader Man spelled all one word, spelled like it sounds. Put that in the search and we should appear at the top of your results, and look for the one that says live now. And you can also get it off of our website. If you're just looking at our audio stream off of your mobile device, we suggest many streaming applications such as TuneIn, iTunes, Alexa, Google Assist. All those will stream it. Many others will also get it from your app store for free. And then put WEEB into the search, and as always, it's available to you at our website 24/7, 365 by clicking that icon in the upper right-hand corner of every page at talk973.com. The icon that says On the Air Listen Live. Click it once and you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, partly cloudy, high of 91, but the dew points will be down into the lower 60s, so it won't feel so intense on your skin. Didn't say it wasn't going to be hot, but the sweating will cut down some. Tonight, partly cloudy, low of 69. Tomorrow, more of the same, just a tad warmer, 93. Friday, 94. Saturday, 93. And then the fun, my friends, starts. For Sunday, you get a chance of thunderstorms, dew points at 70. High of 93. I'm sorry, 94. My bad. But you get a chance of those thunderstorms Sunday, and the humidity returns Monday and Tuesday in a big way with highs in the lower 90s. So enjoy the drier air while you can. But at least we're getting a break. Last summer, by the first day of summer, the dew points were in the 70 and did not retreat for 3 months.
Oh, you loved it. I know you did.
It's just miserable. You know, you gotta see an end to it.
What would you have to talk about if it wasn't up in the 70s?
It's true. It's true. It is my favorite conversation piece. Well, how much I hate summer, period. Hate every day of it. I really do. Because you stand outside at night and try to just enjoy a summer night. Maybe a little sticky, but that's all right. And then 40 flies and mosquitoes and everything else Mother Nature can fly at you comes and attacks you. You go, where's the fun in this?
You need a fold-out chair and an igloo cooler and a six-pack. That's what you need.
And a fan.
And you won't even notice those bugs.
I'll notice them. Because they're usually in my six-pack. I try to consume the better inventions of life. All right, right now around the Sandhills, winds are variable at 3, visibility 10 statute miles, pressure is 3012, dew point 68, humidity pretty high right now, but falling, 90%, and it's mostly cloudy and 71 degrees. I had to get something out of my mouth there. Anyway, all right here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, so if you ever have trouble, hearing a signal, try one of the other two. One of them will work where you are at. Plus, I pay a lot of money to keep it there. Enjoy it. All right, 7:34. Let's check some sound bites this morning. One thing I heard that was disturbing last night was, and I wish I got her name, it was a female executive from Google. that released a statement, and they had an anonymous statement from a undisclosed or an anonymous Google employee, how the company is skewing results in favor of the Democrats.
Well, we've known that for years.
Well, not as intently. They're looking at it so that 2016 can't repeat itself. We will commit to making sure the results skew to favor the Democrats. And one professor who got a good old grant from you, the taxpayer, studied what this effect could be, and it could. He estimates that it can swing as many as 15 million votes. If that's the case, then the giant will always have a Democrat president from this point forward. All because of the conglomerate Google. The only Democrat willing to bust Google up is Elizabeth Warren, who thinks they're too big. Remember, Teddy Roosevelt, back in history, broke up the railroads and broke up investments, the banks, to take it out of the hand of the few and put it in more hands to create some competition. And he was right in doing so. They got too big, where they had all the monopolistic powers that come with it. As you'll recall, a monopoly is illegal unless it is granted by the state. Case in point would be your power company.
Yeah.
They're governed by the state's utility commission, but they are allowed to exist as a monopoly. Although I think they could use some competition. Maybe the power would stay on then during a storm.
Well, competition across the board is usually a good thing. So.
Yeah. And the same with the cell phones. You know, T-Mobile's trying to buy Sprint, which I think is a bad move. Sprint really sucks in this area.
They all do.
That would
my house. I got to walk to the end of my driveway to use any kind of cell tower. I don't know if that's the cell phone.
Who's your service? Well, you told me you got.
I don't even. Well, I had
off-brand service.
No. Oh no. They go Altel when you're off the Wi-Fi.
Altel got bought out.
Well, whatever they are now. I say it changes so fast. I don't even know. I mean, I had the. Well, it doesn't matter.
I remember when Altel was around.
Didn't work.
When Altel was around, it was a good service.
Yeah.
And I had it. And then the conglomerates came in. And anyway, you know the story. It's less competition now. And that's why, like I told you this story. I went to AT&T to pay my bill. Didn't I tell you this story?
Yeah.
And how hard it was just to pay the bill.
Yeah.
You think on the front page they have, pay your bill. But no, it's 16 pages deep.
Yeah, there's every now and then you'll run across one of those websites. It's just really difficult to navigate. I don't know. Some people just aren't really paying attention.
Well, if you were a single man, Jeff, this would be good news for you.
Oh, okay.
Pamela Anderson broke up with her French soccer player boyfriend because he was a player.
Is she still around? I thought she disappeared or something.
But, oh, yeah, she's around. Making more films, I guess. At last, your chance to join a long list of fellas.
Pamela Anderson has dumped her French soccer player boyfriend, Adil Rami, claiming he cheated on her. She's 51. He's 33. What does this mean to you? It's almost your turn to date Pamela Anderson. Finally, your chance. Sign up now at mychancetodatepamelaanderson.com. Join Scott Baio, Tommy Lee, Kid Rock, Rick Solomon, Matt Evers, Chris Angel, David Spade, Hans Klock, football player David Bin, Ray J, Mark McGrath, Robbie Williams, Steven Dorff, Fred Durst, Michael Bolton, Marcus Scheckenberg, professional surfer Kelly Slater, Dean Kane, Arsenio Hall, and Brett Michaels. Finally, it's your turn to date Pamela Anderson. Hopefully soon. She's beginning to look a lot like Bridget Bardot. Current day.
I don't know, man. Bridget Bardot, she got a little too much sun, I think.
Yeah, and too much plastic surgery. After an amazing run on Jeopardy, professional sports gambler James Holzhauser blew it at his World Series of Poker debut. Out of over 1,800 players in this thing, Holzhauser finished 454th. The buy-in was $1,500.
That's all for the. Really? You buy in for that little?
Yeah, because they want it to be the best player in the world at this thing. In fact, the event itself sponsors, I think, like 10 promising players who don't have the $1,500.
Okay.
And that's only one wins, and some of them have won several times, so you can pretty well bet they're pretty good at it. Holzhauser, we know he's great at Jeopardy, but 454th place, and he's a professional gambler.
Well,
now I don't know if he does World Series poker as part of that profession.
no.
There are plenty of other things
just
to
playing,
gamble on.
He's just playing all the numbers on the various sporting events.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Okay.
I mean, cards, you only get the cards you're dealt, and, after that, there's not
a
much
little
you're gonna
luck
be
and a
able to
lot of
do.
BS.
Yeah.
I've watched it every year that it's on. I mean, I don't sit there and binge on it, but I watch it, and it's always interesting because you can see the cards the guy has and that he's not exposing.
Right.
They put that up on the screen, and you
Yes,
can watch
yeah.
his strategy and say, and they'll sit there and have nothing and bet tons of money.
Right.
And sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But if they lose, they don't have to show their cards. They can just push the chips in. And,
Right.
That's it. It's on ESPN, by the way. All right. This will shock you, probably. Maybe not. This is from an actual article in Good Housekeeping Housekeeping Monthly magazine when it came out in 1955. And it was How to Be a Good Wife. Remember the era, ladies, and notice how far you have come.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't gone back and burned all those magazines or something.
Yeah. Well, this was the actual article.
Here's another real tip on how to be a good wife from Housekeeping Monthly magazine in 1955.
Don't ask him questions about his actions or question his judgment or integrity. Remember, he is the master of the house, and as such will always exercise his will with fairness and truthfulness. You have no right to question him. A good wife knows her place.
Why do I have the feeling that column was written by a man? Join us next time for more outdated tips from 1955 on how to be a good wife.
Yeah, that's a good way to get a baseball bat upside your head. Let's see. All right, you want to hear one more?
What, from 1955? Well, if
This
it's
is
there,
true. This is no BS here.
This is actually words from that magazine.
Yes.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. I believe you.
All right, here you go.
Here's another real tip on how to be a good wife from Housekeeping Monthly magazine in 1955.
Touch up your makeup, put a ribbon in your hair, and be fresh looking. Your husband has been with a lot of work-weary people. Be a little gay and a little more interesting for your husband. His boring day may need a lift, and one of your duties is to provide it.
No wonder my grandmother seemed so unhappy. Join us next time for more outdated tips from 1955 on how to be a good wife.
There you go. Let's see here. A guy in Florida pulled into a random driveway the other day and defecated right there in the middle of it. Then he used his shirt to clean himself, left it behind. The guy who lives there sounded pretty understanding when he talked to the local news about it.
Wilton Thomas is trying to be understanding.
I know when it comes on for you to go, you have to go.
But you can imagine his frustration when he saw some dude dropping a deuce on his driveway.
He could have drove himself right towards the coconut tree and do what he want to do there. That would be no problem. But in my driveway, just open his door and just start to pull his shirt all the way over and then stoop down, and that was it.
Thomas says when he got home, it was too late to take care of it right away, so he waited until Sunday morning to take on the turd.
I went in the hot sun, scrape it up, pour it into a bag, and then I pour bleach, wash the whole thing off.
He just wants an apology from the person responsible.
Knock and said, man, you know what? I had an emergency. I had nowhere to go, and this is where I had was to do what I have to do.
Where was that? San Francisco?
Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, you get to see more and more of that, and, seems to be legal in New York City, San Francisco, and seems to be acceptable.
Well, here's something you would have expertise in. A guy was getting firewood in a rural area outside of Seattle earlier this month when he saw a 900-pound black bear in his driveway.
Yeah, that would have your...
He ran away but dropped his rifle and accidentally shot himself in the leg. He's been in the hospital for weeks, can't walk yet, and says he has nightmares about the bear. I guess sounds like somebody getting ready to sue a bear, huh?
Well, why... Yeah, why would you live in a place like that? There's bears all over the place.
Here's the funny part. It happened in a place called Bering.
Okay.
Here's your report.
Just walking through the driveway, and I hear this twig break. I turn and I saw the bear, 800 to 1,000-pound black bear. The weapon that I was carrying fell to the ground, and it went off. Came in through the back of my leg, through the top of my leg, and straight up. The worst pain imaginable. I didn't chase the bear. The bear chased me. Who in their right mind chases a black bear? This is the most active bear season that I've ever seen. I see the bear's face when I go to bed.
Okay, so he was out there and prepared for it. He just wasn't. Hey, bear, believe it or not,
Do black bears get that big?
I don't know what the record is, but 700-800 pounds is not unheard of, even here in the East.
He's claiming the 900 pounds.
Well, I'd have to look. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't
1,000 pounds, no. But 900.
A grizzly, perhaps, but not a black
grizzly, yeah, and grizzly are the ones you got to watch. But believe it or not, that 800-pound or whatever he said it was, black bear can move through the woods pretty quickly and pretty quietly.
Yeah.
And grizzly bear in particular, they will backtrack and ambush you, and you will never see them. You'll just be gone.
So get the hell out of there.
Well, yeah, if you're out there, you better be wide awake.
Yeah, you don't say, well, he's gone. I saw a video not long ago where a black bear was at the bottom of the hill. A grizzly was at the top of the hill with a cub.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden that grizzly started coming down at that black bear, and that black bear shinnied up a tree.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that tree was swaying in the wind. It wasn't really big enough. And that grizzly started up after him.
Yep.
But had a little more difficulty about halfway up, and finally she came back down, but was still sitting at the base of that tree, and that black bear
hanging on for dear life. Yeah. Well, animals. Yeah, you don't want to get between, a bear and its cub. No.
Eventually, the grizzly retreated to the cub, and the black bear. Well, first he started coming down. That grizzly was coming back down the hill again. That's what I'm talking about. You're backtracking there, and
no. I seriously, grizzly bear. If you think you're tracking a grizzly bear, people have hunted. This has happened. You're following grizzly track, and every now and then you'll see the big paw print or whatever. You think you're tracking a grizzly bear. That grizzly bear is tracking you, and they have been known to go up, backtrack or come back around, and hunters have said, hey, man, all of a sudden he was behind me. You know, they circled around and they will ambush you.
It's kind of like that movie with Anthony Hopkins in it, where they had that grizzly
I didn't see that one.
chasing them for days.
They'll stalk you.
It killed everybody in their
Oh, well,
group,
yeah,
except for two.
Well, that's Hollywood, so I don't know how likely that is. But a single guy out there, if you think you're tracking a grizzly bear, you better have eyes in the back of your head.
Meanwhile, a woman in Florida had 34 bridesmaids at her wedding back on June 2nd. 34.
Okay.
I guess she wanted to make sure she had an audience. And she says if it were up to her, she would have had more.
To be honest, it would have been more than that. A lot of my girls could not get, and that's the truth. But I have so many women who I've met along my journey, and I wanted them all to share this moment.
Too excessive. I thought it was crazy. But then knowing Cass May, she could pull it off.
And it was no drama, and people can't believe that, but we didn't have any alcohol. We literally sang and danced and took pictures and vibed out. It was literally all good energy the whole time.
Okay.
Well, I commend them if they didn't have to have a lot of booze hanging around and they're out there hooting and hollering and having a good time.
Well,
good on them.
That's good. Oh, good luck to everyone. The mansion from the Beverly Hillbillies is for sale.
All right.
It's an 11-bedroom, 18-bathroom house in Bel Air, California, with a 40-car garage. 40. A pool, a cement front pond. A tennis court that was listed in the October for $245 million. But the price just dropped to $50 million to a mere $195 million, which means it's still the most expensive home for sale in the entire country. So good luck in your bid.
Yeah, does Drysdale still live next door?
I don't know. I would think he's passed away like everybody else on this.
Yeah, it might still be in the family, though.
Max Bayer's the only one still living, isn't he?
I think so.
You know, Jethro. Everybody else has passed away.
Yeah, Ellie Mae's gone. Yeah, I think you're right.
Scientists in Germany say they found a chemical in spinach that acts so much like steroids, spinach should be banned from athletes.
Oh, jeez.
You remember this theme song?
Yes, I do.
Wait a minute. I didn't have the volume.
I'm strong to the I know what you're going to play.
You can sing along then.
I'm strong to the spinach, 'cause I eat the spinach. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
Okay. I went to school at the wrong time. There we got a female teacher at Union Pines getting it on with a student. Now a female substitute teacher at a high school in Texas was busted for filming porno in one of the classrooms.
Oh, great.
Here's a parent, a student, a reporter who reads some of the comments that got the teacher busted.
Crap happens everywhere. I mean, school's supposed to be a safe place for them. You know, I mean, stuff like that's not supposed to happen.
The room itself, it just looks like a room that we have in the A building, that we have multiple classes in there.
Quote, it was my lunch break and I just stayed in my empty classroom and I treated myself, end quote. And then on another video by the same username, she said, quote, it was a full class and I tried to get them in the video, but the camera on my phone wouldn't rotate during the filming, end quote.
What? Get out of here. Good Lord. Well, you know, see, the thing is, garbage like that has been going on for a long time, you know, with well, I don't know how bad that was, but that stuff's been going on. It's just, you know, you never had access to it from the media, you know, and now something...
Didn't have cell phones to get it.
Well, exactly. You know, you have a leaf falls off a tree in New Jersey somewhere, and it's a front page, you know, well, it's all over the internet, all over the world.
Yeah.
And it's just ridiculous. But stuff like that's always going on. There's always been garbage.
A 20-year-old guy in Michigan was electrocuted recently when he was carrying a metal ladder at a job site and hit a live wire.
Yes, yeah.
Instant grounding of electricity through you.
Yeah.
He showed no vital signs for 20 minutes afterwards. But doctors were able to revive him, and he's okay. He says his mom knew he was fine when he flipped her off from the hospital bed.
I remember my arms just locking up and just shocking and don't know how to feel about it.
We see this body there that has had no heartbeat in 20 minutes. Once we're like, we got to get this kid back. We upped the jewels a bit and we shocked him and started back CPR, and then we're like, wait. All of a sudden, he's pulling at his tubes, and we saw all his limbs moving, which was really a good sign for us.
It's all hard for me to process, but I just keep saying the same thing. I'm a superhero. My mom asked me if I had superpowers, and I flicked her off. And then she said that's how she knew that I was okay, and that she started crying because she's like, that's my baby. He's still in there.
Well, those are dangerous. Those service lines from the street to your house, you got to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, obviously he. What was a senior moment? Lost it. Never mind.
Well, if you have a service line, in other words, you're above ground service from the pole to your house, every now and then you should look at that thing and make sure it's covered. Make sure the black wrapping is on there. I had one time, and I just happened to glance up because I had a piece of scaffolding in my hand, and I looked up, and I didn't want to catch this thing, and I noticed that it had a nice patina of green, blue-green, the length of my service line. I'm thinking that's copper, and it's been exposed because it's turned blue, and it takes about 20-plus years for it to do that. So that service line on that house had been exposed for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And just like this guy, you got aluminum.
Well, even if it has the
you're done.
The black insulation on it, it won't stop all the electricity from going through. That probably stopped enough to keep from totally killing him.
Well,
and all his cells exploding.
Well, exactly. I would still say that there was something, that service line probably was not entirely wrapped.
Yeah,
I would bet.
Because I remember this is a long time ago when they made leashes out of metal.
Oh yeah.
And a little chain link metal, and I was goofing off as a kid out there in the street, throwing it up and catching it and stupid stuff like that, and it accidentally wrapped around two power lines.
Okay.
With the insulation on it.
With insulation, yeah.
Yeah. So it went and it snapped that chain in two.
Yeah. Well, seriously, folks, if you have an above ground service line, you want to go take a look at it, and if you find any exposed, no insulation, you need to call the power company and have it replaced, because that's their responsibility to replace it. So hopefully Duke Power get about a couple of dozen phone calls today. That'll set them off.
Well, if you're on the way to somewhere today and you see somebody out there in the yard selling lemonade, and you go, these guys are illegal. They shouldn't be selling lemonade without a license. Where's their inspection?
Yes, there were kids out there.
And if local government wants to find them, well, they're good. You're in luck, kids, because Country Time Lemonade is doing a campaign again this summer where they'll pay kids fines for illegal lemonade stands.
Lemonade is still illegal. When you sell it at a lemonade stand, what could be the problem? Oh, right. Fines, fees, and other bureaucratic baloney. It's time to legalize lemonade. Contact your local rep. Spread the word. Use word of mouth, social media, fax. Whatever it takes to get lemonade legalized in all 50 states. Take a stand for lemonade stands. Find out more on how to change laws in your state at countrytimelegal.aid.com.
And then stop and buy some lemonade.
Yeah, there's a couple of kids out yesterday selling out my way.
Make a donation to their cause.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, even if you don't want to drink it, just give them $1 for their whatever.
All right, coming up next hour, the Zoom Wall Zone will be here. It is 8 o'clock.
Winds turning out of the north will drag in less humidity for this afternoon, but it will still be hot. Look for those highs to top into the lower 90s and mid-90s across the sand hills. Likely to see mostly sunny skies, then clouds increase throughout the day. It will be a mild night as temperatures fall into the mid to upper 60s and hotter air moves in for tomorrow. Highs head into the low to mid-90s by the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Already subpoenaed, Robert Mueller has agreed to testify before 2 House committees about the Russia probe. President Trump once again accusing Democrats of presidential harassment. And in the House,
the yeas are 230, the nays are 195. The bill is passed.
Voting along party lines, Democrat-controlled House approving a $4.5 billion humanitarian aid bill for the southern border.
The vote follows reports of migrant children living in detention camps without adult supervision and necessities like toothbrushes, diapers, and soap. Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
This situation is child abuse. It is an atrocity that violates every value we have, not only as Americans, but as moral beings.
Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says the bill will make the situation at the border worse.
Organizations like Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of Justice are underfunded. Requests for pay and overtime costs for Border Patrol agents are denied.
With the July 4th break quickly approaching, the House bill still has to be reconciled with whatever measure makes it through the Senate.
Capitol Hill correspondent Wally Hines. 2 American service members have been killed in Afghanistan. Secretary of State Pompeo.
My condolences certainly go out to them. I'm praying for them, for their families, and for all the soldiers that were around them.
Tonight, it's the first of 2 Democratic presidential candidate debates with 20 candidates vying for attention over the next 2 nights.
The opportunity for a candidate to break through is pretty slim. You're not going to get a lot of time.
Correspondent Julie Pace. The U.S. and North Korea trying to put together a 3rd summit between President Trump and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are higher. Right now, Dow futures up about 99 points. NASDAQ futures better by 52. S&P futures up 13. More on these stories at townhall.com.
You know that maintaining your home indoors and out means working with the best brands. Lowe's helps you do it right by carrying trusted names like John Deere and Craftsman, and we help you save on them too. Now when you buy a John Deere Z-Track zero-turn mower, get a $200 Lowe's gift card via mail-in rebate. And you can get your choice of a Craftsman 20-volt max cordless string trimmer or a Craftsman 2-tool 20-volt max power tool combo kit for $99. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 6/26 U.S. only. John Deere offer excludes California, Alaska, and Hawaii.
When it comes to your pain, many of you might be skeptical, like I was, about ordering Relief Factor. Pat Boone again for this wonderful 100% drug-free supplement designed to help your own body lower or eliminate occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living. I'm not skeptical any longer. The 3-week quick start is now discounted to only $19.95. Why don't you let us see if we can get you out of pain, too, at ReliefFactor.com.
New study predicts up to 20 million manufacturing jobs worldwide could be performed by robots by the year 2030.
Oxford Economics has looked back over the last 20 years and found that 1.7 million manufacturing jobs worldwide have been lost to robots, 400,000 of them in Europe. Now it's predicting an acceleration in automation, with 20 million jobs at risk by 2030, 2 million across Europe. The research company says extra economic growth will mean as many jobs are created as lost, but poorer regions will lose out. The report says the robots are moving out of the factories and into all sorts of service industries, threatening the employment of low-skilled workers who've moved from manufacturing jobs.
The BBC's Rory Kellan-Jones. Major telephone outage took down the Dutch emergency number for more than 3 hours earlier this week, forcing police and other first responders to scramble to set up alternatives. News and analysis at townhall.com. The feds looking into allegations of poultry price fixing.
Federal government investigators are looking into charges of price fixing by the nation's largest poultry companies.
Food distributor Maplevale Farms accuses Tyson's Foods, Purdue Farms, and others of fixing poultry prices between 2008 and 2016 by restricting the supply of chicken nationwide.
That's correspondent George Bonzani. State and local investigators trying to determine the cause of a house fire that killed 6 people, including 4 children, in a small northern Wisconsin town. Authorities say the blaze broke out early this morning. Fire officials say the fire thought to have started on a lower level of the multifamily home and then spread upward. The flames so intense that firefighters were unable to get inside the house when they first arrived on the scene. Again on Wall Street, Dow futures up 99 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Aberdeen Prescription Shop is one of the best independent pharmacies. Despite nearby chain stores, customers prefer Aberdeen Prescription Shop. Personal service, drive-through window, and free delivery. All major insurance is accepted, including TRICARE. Order your prescriptions online at aberdeenrxshop.com and click on mobile for the free app or call 944-1313. Aberdeen Prescription Shop at the Town and Country Shopping Center on US 1.
Just what the doctor ordered.
At Keys Appliance in Aberdeen, a modern streamlined kitchen that makes your life easier is more affordable than ever. Because right now you'll save up to $1,200 on select GE Profile appliances via online or mail-in rebate. Not only do GE Profile appliances look stunning, but with time-saving features like hands-free autofill, they're designed to make kitchen work much easier. So talk to the kitchen experts at Keys Appliance in Aberdeen and see how GE Profile appliances save you work and save you money. But hurry, this rebate offer ends soon.
Hello, this is Chris Ennis, Service Manager at Pinecrest Toyota Hyundai. We want to thank all of our loyal customers for entrusting us with the care and maintenance of their vehicles over the years. But did you know we also service Lexus, saving you a trip to Raleigh or Charlotte? In fact, our factory-trained and certified ASE technicians can service any type of vehicle. Your complete satisfaction is our #1 goal, so please consider Pinecrest Toyota Hyundai for all your vehicle service needs. We are open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. and open on Saturday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. We can be reached at 910-692-2424. We look forward to seeing you.
Being overweight is the #1 health problem in America today. It leads to so many avoidable health issues. If you have a weight problem and finally want to do something about it, then do what I did and participate in the Transforming You Weight Loss Program offered by Dr. Sharon Wright at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. It's a customized, physician-assisted program based on your body type and your goals. A healthier, more vibrant, spirited, and slimmer you emerges. Now, I lost 25 pounds in the first month and 50 pounds to date. That keeps me motivated. Now, the program is easy to follow. I'm Steve Leader Adams, and if I can do it, you can do it. Give Dr. Wright a call and set up your no-charge consultation about the Transforming You Weight Loss Program at 910-673-2225. That's White Chiropractic at 673-2225.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Are you a do-it-yourselfer, home builder, or remodeler? If so, bring in the best deal you're getting in Moore County for your flooring, and Hardwood Liquidators will match it and beat it. Right now, we have over 130,000 square feet in our warehouse stacked with solid engineered, laminate, and waterproof luxury vinyl plank. Like the farmhouse look, our farmhouse bandsawn French oak solid flooring starts at $449 a square foot. Financing is available with approved credit. We're at 707 South Pinehurst off Highway 1, right across the street from McNeil Oil. Or call us at 910-757-0478. Hardwood Liquidators. More floor, less money.
NCN News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. Former Special Prosecutor Robert Mueller has agreed to appear before the House Intelligence and Judiciary Committees on July 17th. CBS News congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes has the latest from Capitol Hill.
CBS News has learned that the White House will not try to block or limit Mueller's testimony. And the president's attorney hopes Republicans take the opportunity to question the credibility of Mueller's team. Some Republicans have questioned the need to hear from Mueller at all.
Even though Democratic Governor Roy Cooper is still pushing for Medicaid expansion, Republican legislative leaders are out with their budget plan without it. State Senate leader Phil Berger says there is time to discuss the health care plan later.
We can't preordain the outcome of any policy proposal, but we can at least bring it up for discussion. And we've included in the budget a provision to do just that. Hold a special session on health care access, including Medicaid expansion.
President Donald Trump has endorsed North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, handing a significant political asset to the first-term Republican senator seeking re-election next year in the closely divided state. Gaston County emergency responders recovered the body of a 16-year-old girl the day after she drowned in the South Fork River on Monday. The girl was identified as McKenna Warlick. Bill Melton with Gaston County EMS tells WCNC in Charlotte.
Still, the position and location of the recovery made it extremely difficult and actually dangerous for the responders who had to be tethered to make sure that they didn't end up going downstream as well. 2 American service members have been killed in Afghanistan. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said the tragedy won't deter the United States from its mission in Afghanistan.
What you'll see is a continued push by the United States to achieve the reconciliation and the reduction in risk that the President set out as the mission set for the State Department and for the United States government.
You're listening to NCN News.
Being a Farm Bureau insurance agent means being local. It means insuring your child's first car and standing beside you after a storm. It's more than a business to us. It's a friendship. So call an agent who calls North Carolina home. Because when you need us, we're there. In every county, every day. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Medicaid expansion, school safety, a statewide bond package, the next state budget. North Carolina lawmakers are tackling these and other topics. You can follow all the action with Carolina Journal. How would these proposals affect you, your wallet, your family? Carolina Journal offers answers. Available each month as a free newspaper. Every day online at carolinajournal.com. Carolina Journal, your best source for government news that affects you. Visit carolinajournal.com today.
A picture from the southern border is painting 1,000 words this morning. Correspondent Vicki Barker has details.
It's on front pages, TV screens, and social media sites this morning. A Salvadoran father and his toddler daughter drowned face down in the mud of the Rio Grande River, her arm around his neck.
So many migrants die far from the lens of a camera. So it's really jarring to see this photo.
Former Border Patrol agent Francisco Cantu.
A lot of these people are reaching the border in a state of extreme fatigue, and it doesn't take much else to sort of tip it over the edge.
The image adding more emotion to the already deeply emotional immigration debate. Vicki Barker, CBS News.
Crowds gathered overnight in downtown Raleigh as firefighters responded to a blaze in a high-rise. Smoke was seen around 12:30 this morning coming from the patio of a 22nd floor apartment. Resident Anna Nunn tells WTVD News.
When you live in a high-rise, a fire is the last thing that you want to think about, and we saw like everyone looking and pointing, and so we got a little worried.
Legislation designed to prevent wind turbine projects from interfering with the North Carolina military training operations no longer contain outright bans on their construction. The Senate bill initially demanded a permanent prohibition of wind farms across large sections of the state. It's a wrap for the Cher Show on Broadway.
Despite Tony Awards for lead actress Stephanie Block and costume designer Bob Mackie, the Cher Show is closing after its performance on August 18th. December 3rd's opening attracted stars like Cher devotee Kim Kardashian and her husband Kanye West. But the show only got so-so reviews, and ticket sales have fallen off, playing to just 58% of gross potential last week. A national tour is still expected to kick off next week. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News, New York.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Hot temperatures will remain put forward today, but we're likely to see winds moving in out of the north, and that should drag in less humidity. For this afternoon, look for those highs in the lower 90s and mid-90s to the south. We'll fall into the mid to upper 60s by tonight. Tomorrow is going to be hotter and a little bit more humid. Highs head into the low to mid-90s by the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, it's sunny and 74 degrees, humidity 76%, dew point 66, pressure 3015, variable winds at 3, and visibility at 10 statute miles. It's 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Wednesday morning. Town crews are starting planned resurfacing projects in Aberdeen this week. The town of Aberdeen announced on their website that Riley Paving will be resurfacing Highway 5 after hours beginning Thursday to Saturday from 7 p to 7 a. The construction will be taking place on Highway 5 between South Poplar Street and East Main Street from the post office to Blue Street. The town is asking residents to park elsewhere in this area. There is street side parking in this area, and all vehicles will need to be moved from these parking surfaces during the time periods to allow the contractor to resurface these areas. The project will continue Monday during business hours from 7 a to 6 p down Blue Street to Bethesda Avenue, including Bethesda Avenue and Bethesda Road. The town has asked motorists to be cognizant of the construction crews. And a Harnett County collector recently donated more than 2,500 model airplanes to an aviation museum in Carthage. Ray Yamras, a Vietnam veteran and the former national commander of the Combat Infantrymen's Association, began collecting the planes in '88. His miniaturized fleet eventually grew large enough to fill a trailer behind his home. The value of the contributions right at $179,000. And Alma Park of Alma, Georgia is recalling frozen blackberries and mixed berries due to potentially being contaminated with the norovirus. The FDA said their testing of frozen blackberries tested positive for norovirus. The frozen blackberries were sold in North Carolina stores, while the frozen mixed berries were sold at North Carolina Save-A-Lot stores. In North Carolina, the Walmart stores are the ones that had the frozen blackberries. The 16-ounce great value frozen berries sold at Walmart are affected, as are the 12-ounce Tipton Grove frozen mixed berries sold at Save-A-Lot. If you have one of these, you can return them to the store for a refund, but you are urged to toss them. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning, but stand by. Here comes your latest in sports right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB is 817.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. If you like seeing a home run when you go to the ballpark, well, then it's good to be a Yankees fan. They've been a sure bet. DJ LeMahieu's leadoff dinger last night in the Bronx marked the 28th straight game that the Bombers went yard, and that is a new Major League record. The Yanks beat Toronto 4-3 last night. John Sterling with the radio call on LeMahieu's homer on WFAN radio.
That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. And that sets the record. DJ LeMahieu, the 28th straight game in which a Yankee has homered.
Enrique Hernandez hit his 6th career leadoff home run, and Justin Turner added a solo shot in the Dodgers 3-2 win at Arizona, LA's 7th win in 8 games. Meanwhile, fans keep running onto the field of baseball games to get a hug from a star Dodgers outfielder.
For the second straight game, a female fan jumped out of the stands and rushed the field to try and hug Dodgers star Cody Bellinger during the 8th inning of the Dodgers' 8-5 road loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks. A young woman ran out into the outfield and attempted to hug the 23-year-old former National League Rookie of the Year. She did reach Bellinger, but security got there quickly and escorted her from the field. That was Monday. During the 9th inning of Sunday's game against the Colorado Rockies, a 14-year-old girl attempted to get a hug from Bellinger as he stood in the outfield at Dodgers Stadium. Bellinger says he hopes the incidents will stop. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Vanderbilt has forced a winner-take-all 3rd game in the College World Series. Kumar Rocker struck out 11 while pitching 6 1/3 innings of 3-hit ball in the Commodores' 4-1 win over Michigan. Vanderbilt scored an unearned run in the 5th before scoring twice on wild pitches by Jack Weisberger. Philip Clark homered in the 9th to make it 4-0. This is NCN Sports.
There's no place like home. It has
has a certain magic of its own, and memories are made there every day. A lifetime of good times shared along the way. Have yourself a Bluebell Country Day.
Ask any cow what her favorite Bluebell snack bar is, and you'll get the same answer. Moo. Why not? Classic Moo bars are 12 packs of rich, decadent chocolate-dipped frozen vanilla treats. Any other questions?
A lifetime of good times shared along the way. Have yourself a Bluebell Country Day.
The Carolina Hurricanes announced on Tuesday they've acquired goaltender Anton Forsberg and defenseman Gustav Forsling from the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for defenseman Kelvin DeHaan and forward Oleksiy Saarela. The moves were made Monday, 2 days after the Hurricanes selected 12 players in the NHL draft. Rod Brind'Amour, meanwhile, was snubbed by the NHL Hall of Fame Selection Committee. Sergei Zubov and Guy Carbonneau, meanwhile, are among the 6-member class elected, along with Canadian women's hockey star Hayley Wickenheiser. Czech hockey star Vaclav Nedomansky and sports builder Jim Rutherford and Jerry York round out the class of 2019. You may remember Rutherford's name. He was the GM of the Hurricanes during the 2006 Stanley Cup run. He left Carolina a few years ago, won 2 more cups with Pittsburgh in 2016 and 2017. Josh, Zach, NCN Sports.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. If you're a local small business owner, you know how important it is to be there for your customers. As a State Farm agent and small business owner in Moore County, I'm here to help you protect your small business. Talk with me or stop in today. My office is in downtown Southern Pines, 277 West Pennsylvania Avenue.
Opioid addiction is a crisis in Moore and surrounding counties, but there is a local doctor, Francis Corrigan of Solace Health, helping patients in recovery.
At Solace Health, we have had a great deal of success with opioid addiction treatment using medications such as Suboxone on an outpatient basis. Treatment is low cost as we accept all insurance, including North Carolina Medicaid. The treatment occurs in a very pleasant and private outpatient office setting where patients are treated with compassion and dignity. If you or your loved one needs help with opioid addiction or other drug or alcohol problems, please call us to speak to one of our nurses about our treatment program. We also have extensive experience in transitioning patients from methadone programs to Suboxone outpatient treatment.
Solace Health is located at 285 Olmsted Boulevard in Pinehurst. Call 910-295-7246. All calls are confidential. 910-295-7246 or visit recovermore.com. MOORE. Hi, this is Al Mangum. My wife's SUV was going to the body shop for a week and I needed a rental car. I went to Rent-A-Wreck on US 1 in Aberdeen and found their vehicles in good shape or better than other rentals. Rent-A-Wreck is known for lower rates and has great customer reviews on Facebook. When I need a rental, I'm going to Rent-A-Wreck on US 1 in Aberdeen. And don't let that name fool you. Drive in or call 910-944-9444. 944-9444.
Aaron Cooper of Cooper Ford in Carthage wants you to know that you can't buy a new Ford car, truck, or SUV for less anywhere else, guaranteed. If you're in the market for a new Ford, what are you waiting for? Cooper Ford is the only locally and family-owned Ford dealership in Moore County. So if you're tired of the cold corporate climate of other dealerships, trade up for a family-friendly hometown dealer. Right now, get 0% APR financing for up to 72 months on the all-new 2019 Ford F-150 or the 2019 Ford Mustang. With no games, no gimmicks, just upfront, honest pricing and certified service after the sale.
I'm Aaron Cooper, and I want to know you by name. Come in today and let Cooper Ford show you how car buying should be.
Come to Cooper Country today, just a few short minutes from the traffic circle off 15501 in Carthage, or on the web at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, working hard to be your hometown dealer.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I'd like to tell you a story about my late wife, Mindy. She never liked attention, but I got to tell you this one story, and I have a reason. Mindy did not have a good home life growing up. I'll just leave it at that. When she was in her senior year of high school, she moved out, got a job. She missed a couple of days when one of the teachers tracked her down and convinced her she should return and finish school. Mindy adjusted her work schedule and did return, and she graduated. And then she graduated from Ball State University in Indiana. Then she got her teaching certification at Texas A&M at Kingsville, and that's where I met her. She did all that by herself. Later, after we were married, she got her master's degree from Austin Peay University in Kentucky. Mindy was an educator, a teacher for the entire 34 years we were married. She cared about kids, and I've heard from so many of them who tell me about the influence she had on them. Mindy used to agonize over the lives of some of those kids. I'm sure a lot of other teachers did too and still do. She'd cry sometimes telling me that some of those kids had no chance. No one would help them because she knew the parents were not there for them. It was up to the teachers. And here's the point I want to make. You never know how one of your actions might influence someone else and what the eventual outcome might be. If that one teacher had not encouraged Mindy, well, she did. So I'll leave it at that in the Zumwalt Zone.
Winds turning out of the north will drag in less humidity for this afternoon, but it will still be hot. Look for those highs to top into the lower 90s and mid-90s across the Sand Hills. Likely to see mostly sunny skies, then clouds increase throughout the day. It will be a mild night as temperatures fall into the mid to upper 60s and hotter air moves in for tomorrow. Highs head into the low to mid-90s by the afternoon. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the Leader Man. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today is Wednesday.
Question. What happened to radio? It's just gone down the tubes.
How dare you? You're an idiot. How dare you, sir? You are an idiot.
This is how I start every day of my life, singing along with the radio.
It's the first thing I think of when I wake up in the morning.
That and where's the coffee?
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, it is showtime.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It is time once again for Mornings with the Leader Man. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel. I'm not getting you through the board for some reason. I don't know why. Plug it in. There we go. We got it now.
Oh.
Now, start now.
Again. Oh, all right. Well, hey, Moore County, get up and at 'em. The weather's still nice. Hadn't gotten quite hot yet. John Zumwalt here marched all the way in from the parking lot so that we can have a little conversation here this morning.
Don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available right now at talk973.com. Top middle of the page is where it's located on a mobile device. You can get it with your YouTube app. Put Mornings with the Leader Man in there. And if you're on your mobile device just needing audio, many streaming applications will do the job for you, such as TuneIn, iTunes, Streamer, Google Assist, Alexa. All will stream it. Just put WEEB in the search. And if you're on our website, it's available to you in the upper right-hand corner of every web page on our site at talk973.com. Just look for that icon that says On the Air, Listen Live. Click it once, and you're listening that quick. It's going to be consistently hot for the next several days. with highs in the low 90s, lows in the low 70s. The thing is, the dew points will be down into the mid to lower 60s, which will make it tolerable compared to what it has been. So that's the plus. Until we get to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that's when the dew points get back in the 70s and things get extraordinarily steamy again. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are variable at 3, visibility 10 statute miles. Pressure is 30-15, dew point 66 and dropping. Humidity 76%. It is sunny, 74 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, 990 AM, WEEB. All right, it is 8:29 past the hour on this Wednesday hump day, and it being hump day, that means the Zoom All Zone extended version is here with us. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Steve, and good morning, Jeff. And I didn't exactly march in, and I did take a couple of breaks between here and the parking lot, by the way.
Long water breaks.
10 minutes per hour.
Yeah. Well, I heard you guys talking this morning about if you didn't have the weather to talk about, what would you talk about? Let's see if we can think of something. I'm sorry, you guys. Well, not really, but I've got to say a few more words here about the pathetic pilot. For those of you who might be new in town, that pathetic pilot's what passes for a newspaper here. Now, you might have read it and not even realized it was a newspaper. These guys are always winning awards, and when they do, they run a big front page article about it.
They don't tell everybody they were the only ones that entered.
Well, no, I think they're competing against like the Hee-Haw Flea Market News or something. At the last awards banquet, the publisher, David Warnoff, and the editor, John Nagy, won first place for their editorial work. Now, these guys won for their outstanding editorials. How do they even have the nerve to accept it? They never take a stance on anything unless it's like a citizen uprising or unless they figure it's going to be very popular. Well, let me tell you something, men. Lately, you've been betting on the wrong people. This station, WEEB, led by Steve Adams, has pointed out so many things wrong in our school system. We presented documentation, and we're looking for answers, and we're still not getting them. Let me tell you about a couple of them. Well, let me tell you about a few of them. This whole thing started with Barath and Grimacy going after not going after the $1.5 million bid bond. That was the time when they bypassed the school board and went and asked for $2.8 million on their own. Then, when we started pulling the threads, all kind of things started unraveling. We discovered the scandal with SFLA architects in South Carolina. We discovered a questionable relationship they have with John Barath, who is the Moore County Schools operation manager and who is still in his job, and someone sooner or later is going to have to answer for that. We reported the problems parents have with redistricting. We were honest. We allowed the parents to speak. We presented both sides, which is one heck of a lot more than the schools did when they didn't allow those parents to speak, and it's a heck of a lot more than the pathetic pilot did. This station reported that what Miriam Chu tried to bring to everyone's attention 3 years ago, and that is that we have a school being built a half a mile away from a toxic dump site, a site that was used during the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s to dump pesticides. Now, you do realize that this was not some carefully orchestrated, mapped out, GPS-located dump site. This was a bunch of guys back in those days who were told to get rid of these things, so they went out and dug down, unloaded some barrels off the back of the trucks, dumped them out, and covered it all back up. And in some cases, they used bags. The bags were described to me as being like a pillowcase type bag. I imagine it was more like a burlap bag, but I don't know. And these things will over time deteriorate, and over time they'll leak out, and over time they'll be bad. We've reported on this extensively. There's been an excellent article written. We've posted it all over Facebook. It was written by a third party.
We posted it on your page on our website at talk973.com. You'll see a link there at the top middle of the page that says the ZZ Zone. and the Zumwalt Zone, and you click there, and that article is prominently displayed right there.
Great. You really should read that article. Read it with an open mind. Read it not believing a word that I'm telling you, and read it not believing a word of any of this, and I think when you do that and you look at the facts, just the facts, you'll have a whole new outlook on this, and I hope you'll share it as widely as you can. We also reported about the release of privileged student information to an outside contractor. This release of information is being investigated by the state. We're going to follow it. We'll let you know what happens. We've talked extensively about the loss of the SAT test, which is still just mind-boggling, but I hate to beat up on that too much because I think the wrong folks are going to be blamed for that. There's probably a lot of blame to go along, but our view is that the fact that this could even happen is a direct result and just one more indicator of the complete lack of leadership on the part of our supreme leader, the superintendent, Bob Grimacy. We told you about the way Moore County schools are wasting millions and millions of dollars on extravagant schools designed as some type of monument to the builders rather than building a building that should be safe and comfortable and learning friendly and within the budget. Now, pathetic pilot, and schools, you guys can look that up.
You're leaving out a key word there, John. It's the pathetic, racist, failing pilot. When they start calling people 1950s derogatory terms, which they called you and me and Jeff, that makes them a racist.
Well, it sure would make us a racist if we had done it. And I agree with you. But I can't, if I went through that every time I talked about him, I wouldn't have any time left. So I'm just going to stick with the pathetic pilot. We are asking for these buildings to be built within a reasonable budget. That's all. I really don't know if you understand what a budget even consists of. But it does not consist of when you run out of money, you go get some more. All right, we'll talk about that in a little bit. WEEB has also reported to you the way that schools constantly go over the budget, the way they jump from one project to another. They don't have a linear line that they follow developed by a good leader who leads them through these things. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but a good example of this is the Concept High School. That was number one on their list. That was the number one priority for a Moore County school system was the Concept High School. And then it dropped off their list. And it's not even on the list now. And as you heard from Nick Pacerno yesterday, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars just to even look into it, and now it's nowhere. And you know how the pathetic pilot and their outstanding editorial board, in other words, Nagy and Warnoff, responded. And let me talk about their editorial board for just a minute. You know, sometimes people will say, well, the pilot said this in their editorial, or the pilot said that. And we make it sound like there's two guys sitting on the top of a mountaintop in Nepal that you have to climb up and do some type of pilgrimage to get their wisdom. This is two guys who have never done anything in their lives except go to journalism school. If you took the collective experience of the three people in this room right now, you'd have a heck of a doggone story. Been very varied, very varied. And we've got enough experience to be able to talk about life from the point of view of just a normal person, a citizen, people who have had to make and spend money. But these two guys, they report just sitting on their little couches and behind their chairs. They report none of the facts, or almost none of the facts we present. Rather, they post as news things like a statement by the chairperson of the school board, Wallen Miller, and they report it as news. And then they had the nerve to say this about us. And yes, I'm a little bitter. They said we are dishonest, disingenuous, and we're trying to scare people to our side. Someone please tell me what our side might be. What is our side? The side that wants money to be used wisely for kids, for education, and for safe building sites? Is that our side? Is that the side that we're trying to scare people into? We're talking to you right now. We're talking to people who can make up their own minds. We're talking about people who've had to work, and don't get as afraid as you little fellas do sitting in your little air-conditioned offices behind your little desks, just scared to death someone's going to cancel one more newspaper. They said our tactics are little more than the work of a cockroach, which skitters freely, spreading germs, until being cast in light and then dashing for cover of darkness. Which one of you two desk-hugging little fellows has noticed me dashing for cover, especially when confronted by one of you armchair guys? When have I ever failed to call you out in full light of day? I'd like to talk to either one of you, or both of you, in person. But you see, I don't trust your pathetic little newspaper to present our conversations correctly, because you never have before. So why don't you come on the radio station with me? What could be more fair? We'll keep all the microphones on. We'll let everyone hear our conversation live, just as it occurs. Let these listeners hear you explain why you can't report the things we're bringing up. In the light, by the way. Tell them why you can't present both sides fairly. Explain that to them and allow us to answer. I don't understand how anything could be more fair than that. And pathetic pilot, I see why you had to raise your prices. If someone wants to know what color hat Miss Jones wore to one of your galas, oh yeah, read it. Until then, I've got no use for you, except to see what kind of names you want to call me. Remember, you've got to know your enemy, and you guys are apparently the enemy. And don't forget, folks, we're the good guys. We're bringing news to you that you need to know and that we can verify and that we can document. And by the way, coming from you two, I wear this badge of cockroach as a badge of honor. Except, gentlemen, I don't scurry, not ever. A mosey's about all I can muster, and it sure won't be a mosey to get away from you two. All right. Now let's get on to something else. Kinda. When are we going to hear from our schools? How do you not respond to all the things that we brought up? And I know that lots of people are talking about it. Lots of people are talking about it in whispers because they work for schools and they're afraid to talk about it in the open. I've heard from several people that the strategy of the schools is to wait this out. They plan to just keep quiet, wait for it to go away. Well, Grimacy and Barath, you better hire a hitman because these issues are not going away. We told you once, coming after you. I'm in it thin, and I'm not backing down. We, folks, are the good guys. We never violate our own principles to come after you in any way, except in a manner that's completely legal and above board, so don't try to act like you're being threatened because you're not. Not in any way except in a perfectly legal manner and in a way that uncovers all the things you do. You see, I happen to believe that when your actions are exposed to the light of day, the school board will eventually be forced to address them. But advise them from the start, do not get involved in a cover-up. And it's becoming very, very close to looking like one. And by the way, it's also time for the school board to address this SFLA architecture business. It's way past due. How do you keep quiet about something like this? At best, at the very best, this is a horrible, recognizable breach of ethical standards. And at worst, it has all the wrappings of something that should be investigated as a criminal act. The pilot was quick to ask, is there a criminal activity involved in the loss of the ACT scores? Criminal activity? My goodness. And you don't see anything that could possibly be criminal about the SFLA John Barath connection? I know the school board members don't condone this. I just wish that just one of them would have the nerve to stand up and speak out about it. Every minute you delay and you allow Barath to interact with our contractors, you're allowing money to be wasted, and you're opening yourselves up for more liability. And that brings me to my next subject. We're spending tens of millions of dollars to build these schools. Why don't we buy local when we buy materials and furnishings? I hear from local vendors, and they're asking that question. It made me want to ask you, why aren't we? Why aren't local contractors being used? Why isn't every single thing we furnish these schools with being purchased locally, if possible, and if reasonable to do so, if we could do it and not spend extra money? But you know what? We're not buying local on all these things, and it is costing us more money. Well, let me make another invitation. John Barath, would you like to come on here and have a little conversation about that? How about you, Grimacy? It's bad enough that you use the same architecture firm for just about everything you do, a firm that you used to work for, Barath. a firm that's already under investigation for going around the bid process, the same thing that we're accusing you of doing. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to continue. You'll see Barath and Grimacy over and over and over again. They'll appear at commissioner meetings, and they'll be explaining why they need another $1 million or another $4 million or another $3 million. Just like it's just they're asking you for another piece of bologna to put on a sandwich. That's how little it means to them. And we know how much it means to you, especially to some of you. Some of you who are struggling just to make ends meet, and these folks just keep on spending your money, and they do it in the name of children. We love the children. And then they make it look like folks like us hate kids. You know, I was a huge supporter of yours, Grimacy, for a long, long time until I finally started. I feel like a guy who was in a cult, and one day his eyes started opening. You guys have carte blanche. You're never questioned. They need it, they get it. Why would they care if they stayed in budget? What budget? It's more like an Aladdin's lamp. You rub the thing, and there you have unlimited resources, and just keeps getting approved. Then if you don't get what you want, you start threatening to lay off teachers. You start marching kids past the commissioners. You start crying, and you finally get the money. Okay. I've got another question for you. This is one I hadn't really thought about, but since when is the school superintendent the big expert on building and on contracts? What is there about the superintendent when we hire him, when we look at his resume, when you look at his education background, that makes him be the go-to guy to haggle deals and then come present them to the commissioners? If he'd pay attention to doing his job, education, maybe we wouldn't have failing schools that get a D grade. Maybe if he'd quit stirring up mobs and get you the money. Let me start over again. Maybe if he'd quit stirring up mobs to get more money. Maybe if he'd sit his butt down in his chair and figure out how to teach kids how to read by the 3rd grade and concentrate on those types of things and leave the contracting to someone we can trust, we'd have good schools. And you know what? We were known for our good schools, and little by little, gradually, we're becoming a joke. Do you realize that we're a laughing stock in this nation over all the reports about the ACT test? And do you realize it's starting to spread, too, about the school that's being built? And let me tell you something. School board, school members, let me tell you something, contractors and money men. If you think this school thing is going to be built on that dump site and it's going to be the end of it, well, you better think again. Because I intend to notify anyone who wants to move in a housing subdivision out there. I intend to make sure all the parents who move here and their child must go there. I intend to make sure that every single person involved in any of this gets a mailer or personal notification or something that lets them know what they're about to get into. If they want to do it then, they can do it. But if you think you're going to build another housing subdivision out there or a block of apartments, that's your plan to become more of a millionaire, well, you can forget it, because I plan to ruin those plans. That brings us back to the hitman. All right. Someone we can trust has got to negotiate the best possible deal for our kids, and that's not Barath. We cannot trust him to do that. We've got to have someone who has no ties to any contractor and no ties to any former employer, someone who does their very best to buy local and spend our money here. And by the way, the only way that we're ever going to quit talking about this Superfund site is when you get this thing tested in the next phase. You get it tested, and you have someone that can tell us absolutely this thing is safe. Not it might be safe, not it probably is safe, not there's a good chance it's safe. And all we're asking for you to do is what you're doing to all the other schools. You can guarantee they're safe, but as usual, Aberdeen gets one stuck out in the middle of a dump somewhere because you just don't care about this group of citizens. Here's my next question. How much money have we blown on schools and properties and ideas and concepts and other things that we're never even going to use, like the concept high school? Nick Pacerno talked again, as I said yesterday, about the thousands you spent to look at the concept of the high school. What do you think? Do you think we just throw this money at you so you can just use it any way you like without any thought for how we're living? How much do you spend on, and that, you know, all you people who stand up and say, raise my taxes, well, good. I don't know if you know this or not. They'll take your money, give it to them. But you leave the poor people who are trying to figure out if they can afford another jar of peanut butter a month, you leave them alone. How much do you guys spend on going to conferences and lunches and dinners and other such things? Oh, you say, well, we've got to do these things. No, you don't. If you're asking us for money, you skip that conference, buddy. You eat a sandwich. Your VIPs will just have to understand that you need the money and you're trying to use it wisely. And by the way, I'll be submitting FOIAs for me to answer the questions I just asked. You know why? Because the people of this county have a right to know where their money goes, and the only way to find out is through a Freedom of Information Act request. You sure aren't going to volunteer that information. Now, if I sound a little angry to you, you're completely misreading me. I'm a lot angry. And doggone it, you should be too. The more you care about children, the more concerned you should be. There's just too much going on. And when the only thing that our critics can answer us with is, you guys are mean and you guys are arrogant and you guys are like cockroaches, instead of answering facts with facts or coming on here and debating us. And again, we can't debate in the paper because we don't trust them. You can't lie about a live radio broadcast if you're both in here or all of you are in here. You can't lie about that. All right. We've got a lot going on because of terrible leadership. And actually, it's from a complete lack of leadership. How much evidence do you need, ladies and gentlemen? If this were a profit organization, Grimacy and Barath would have been fired. They wouldn't even allow them to mop the floor because they couldn't trust them not to steal the water, and they would have stayed fired. And that brings me to my next subject. Why is Grimacy still employed with Moore County Schools? Wasn't he fired once? Wasn't he fired by a sitting, duly elected school board? Well, they fired him for a reason. We, the citizens of Moore County, rose up and insisted that he be reinstated. We forced 4 of the school board members to resign. One of them stayed on for her full term, heroically, and was treated like a pariah, and I was right in the middle of it. I hate that I allowed myself to be caught up in that mob action. Got no excuse, and I wish I could redo history, at least that part of the action. I allowed myself to be influenced by a Facebook page, a page that was full of disinformation, a page that whipped this community into a lynch mob, demanding the necks of those who fired Grimacy. These were our fellow citizens. These were our friends. These were people we trusted and people that we voted into office. And you know who was one of the 2 administrators of the Facebook page? Helen Wallen Miller, the current chair of the school board. Do you remember when Grimacy was reinstated? Do you remember when we ruined the lives of those school board members? And do you remember Ms. Wallen Miller and her cohort on that night? All I remember was smiling faces, shaking hands, hugging, congratulating each other for what we'd accomplished. I didn't see one shred of sympathy for the disgraced members who resigned. And that is why it's very difficult for me to summon up sympathy for Grimacy right now. He knew something back then that none of us know, not even now. He knew why he was fired. He can claim he didn't, but I don't believe him. And I say again, why would 5 people take a chance on ruining their standing in this community just on a whim? Just wake up one morning and say, let's fire this guy. Folks, the truth is going to come out about this. And those of you who have something to hide, whoa, you're going to be in trouble. 5 people came together and as a group decided they had to let this guy go. To me, it's obvious that we, the citizens, made a mistake. Grimacy is a failure, a horrible, dismal failure. And we haven't even talked about the Moore County schools who keep receiving, the ones that keep receiving a D grade. Who do you blame for that? You blame the boss, not the teachers, not the principal. We pay you, my inept friend, to fix these schools. That's why you were hired. And if you don't want to, or rather if you want to, come in here and let's talk about these failing schools. Again, come on the radio. Let's pull out the state of North Carolina's grade sheets and look at all the standards you, Grimacy, keep failing to meet. And if there are reasons you can't fix them, tell us what they are. But don't try to use new schools and redistricting as a fix. The last thing I have today is I just want to say another word about this bid bond. The more I think it, the more I think about it, the more it stinks. All the schools would have had to do, as Steve has said many times, is to tell the insurance company they want that $1.5 million. Now, you cannot argue with me about that. They could have said, we'd like to have our $1.5 million. Now, the insurance company might have said no, but they might have said yes. We didn't even try. The statement that was issued said, well, it's probably too hard to do, and so we don't want to go there. Now, even if they had said no, we've got several other avenues we could have approached. I just don't understand why Barath and Grimacy are so eager to throw our money away. And, folks, I do not understand why. We do not hear one word in response to anything we've said. Why we don't hear anything from the schools about what we're accusing and why they can't address these things and why the pathetic, racist, failing pilot can't join us and try to get things fixed.
Well, I got a comment. There has been a crime committed. You FOIA'd a lot of these meeting notes, and they came back in writing and told you that no notes, no minutes, no transcripts were kept of those minutes or of those meetings, or a couple of meetings in particular.
Yep.
That is against the law not to keep minutes. According to there's a North Carolina statute on the open minutes or open meeting statute. They're required to keep the minutes. So they've either broken the law by not keeping those minutes, or they've broken the laws on the FOIA's Freedom of Information Act by not providing them to you. So a crime has been committed here.
And the exact verbiage was something like this. You cannot have those documents because they do not exist.
Right. Yes, exactly. I read, you showed it to me, and that is against the law.
Yeah.
We got a email from a man who listened to yesterday's show, and he has, where Nick Pacerno was on, former chairman of the Moore County Board of Commissioners, and Nick said in his comments yesterday that $90,000 had been set aside by the commissioners while he was on the board for these three schools.
No, 90 million.
90 million, I'm sorry. 90 million. And we asked, where'd the money go? And it got spent on other things, but it should have gone to the schools, which it was set aside for, and then we would not have had to issue any bonds. The money was there. The schools were paid for, and the commissioners spent it all.
And you know what, Steve? That gentleman in a nutshell has summed up what we're trying to do. We've been portrayed as people who just don't want to give a nickel or any money at all to the children because we hate them so much. I'm not sure how three people could wind up in one room who hated kids this much. But the truth is that if we spent this money wisely, we could do so much more for the kids, and we could hire more teachers, and we could hire teachers' aides. Now, we can't let this get away from us without talking about the state legislature has some explaining to do, too. If nothing else, they need to explain to us about how this tier system is allowed to continue. But that's another subject for another time. But right now, our school board has a budget, and they need to try to stay within it.
Yeah, I just noticed that, okay. Well, at any rate, when Nick Pacerno was here yesterday, for those of you who know him, maybe you don't know him, but I sat here watching him, and he was extremely disturbed by the comments that he heard. He watched the video of the commissioners basically throwing him under the bus for the problem that we have now with this school bond, et cetera. And that prompted his explanation of how they had planned to take care of the schools and fund the schools, et cetera. Now, hey, pathetic pilot, why don't you interview Nick Pacerno and get his side of the story and maybe talk about that a little bit instead of whatever that mishmash is that you normally print.
And while you're at it, talk to Randy Saunders, another great commissioner who was very fiscally responsible and who, like Nick, understood these things, had them in his head.
Yeah, and I asked the commissioners where that money went to, and I tell you where most of it went to, other school projects. That and the school board gets its priorities screwed up, and they say, "Oh, there's $90 million out there. Let's go spend it and throw a bond on the people." Makes sense, right?
Yep.
Yeah, to them. So it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for a Thumping Thursday. Until then, be sure to support all the mom and pop businesses You're here on our airways because they are the backbone of our economy here in Moore County. Money will stay here, roll over, and create jobs. And don't forget, millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Chief Leader Adams, and the Leader Man and Nick and Colt the Dog will all see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the Dog Park.